Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to, well, is it continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2? Or is it start one? Because last time we finished the main story of the Talos Principle 2. As you can see, we've 100%ed everything. And I've since bought the DLC. So that is what we're going to be starting today. I guess, for no particular reason, we should begin with Orpheus ascending. Take your brain for a ride through the laser grid and explore the philosophy of love, death and resurrection with Hypatia and Sarai. The classic laser mechanics for the series are pushed to the limit in unexpected ways, testing your ability to think differently. So, let's get into it. If a thing loves, it is infinite. William Blake. That appears to be the megastructure. So people have moved into it, clearly.
Alright, I think that's it. The new body's ready for the transfer. How's the reassembly algorithm?
Done.
Well then, somebody just needs to go in there and disentangle the data. Ah, and here comes our expert.
Hello. I think we are playing 1K again. I wasn't 100% sure if we would be.
Thank you for agreeing to this, 1K. Perhaps together we can right an old wrong. When I was lost in my own grief, I spent a lot of time thinking about Hypatia and Sarai. How they found each other, how they lost each other, and how beautiful it would be if we could reunite them. For the longest time, it was only a daydream, but not anymore. In the myth of Orpheus, the ancient bard descends into the underworld to bring back his beloved wife, who died in a tragic accident.
Yes, I should have
With the
spotted
power
that.
of his music, he convinces Hades and Persephone to free her. But he is told that she must walk behind him, and he must not look back at her until they have left the underworld. And so, of course, in every version of the myth, he looks back. Because he doesn't trust the gods, or because he is an imperfect man, or because he simply forgets. And death is triumphant once again.
Yeah.
We've accepted that triumph for a long time, because we had to, because what else could we do? But the world changes, and we are not the frightened, powerless creatures we once were. Perhaps it's time to say, enough. And let Orpheus complete his ascent.
Ah, very clever. Another Egyptian themed area, even though that was an ancient Greek myth. I think
You'll have to collect all of Sarai's data fragments so that we can reconstruct her personality. I'll monitor you from here, just like last time.
Good luck, kiddo.
Okie dokie. I was going to say, I suppose the Egyptian theme is most... Oh, there is something behind there. I wonder if I do end up opening this ultimately. And if there's a clue, it looks like I have to complete 8 things again? Possibly? What I was going to say is there is stuff behind here. This isn't just... This hasn't been just... This golden gate hasn't been just put here. It was like set dressing to say, oh, this is a direction you could have come from, like they did in the original Doom games. Often at the start of a level you'd have a door behind you that could never be opened. There is actually stuff behind there we'll presumably see at some point. I was going to say the Egyptian themed areas I suppose are most strongly associated with the first game, because this is the architecture you see when you first start. That's very interesting. I wonder what that is. Well, let's get into it, I guess. Interesting music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this a Milton terminal? And does it work? Welcome to the internal messaging system version 0.4. User Sarabai, you have 3 unread messages. Okay. Am I actually... Oh, hang on. Open message not goodbye. From Hypatia to Sarabai, subject not goodbye. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm writing this. In all likelihood, you can't even read this because so little of your consciousness is left, and what's left of your battery is dying. They say it's impossible to recover you, and the backups are all destroyed. I wish we'd backed ourselves up in New Jerusalem before we left, but space was so limited, and we would have had to wait so long. Except, of course, it's nothing compared to the empty years that stretch before me now. I don't have the words to express what you mean to me. I tried to sum it all up, to say something elegant and beautiful and perfect, and I can't. Maybe it can't be said. Maybe it only exists as days and years live together, a sequence of moments bound together like a string of lights define the darkness of the sky. I don't know. All I know is that this is not goodbye. It may be the end of you, of us, of who I was, but I will not say goodbye. Love you forever, Hypatia. Wait, were they both cannot access before? They were both cannot access before. They've just changed order. Goodness. That's a very touching message. So the implication there is that they at least... Hypatia at least thought she could... get a message to Sarabai in text form somehow while she was shutting down. It sounds like she wasn't confident it would work, but that she thought there was a chance. That's a very... But she wouldn't get an answer. That's... quite an emotive idea, isn't it? Imagine if you could send a one-way message to a loved one just before they passed on, but you'd never get a response. Anyway, let's get into it. Yield. Huh, I'm already stuck. What is that doing? I don't know. Maybe it only exists to make the puzzle work and doesn't actually have any function. I mean, it's obvious how I could get blue, but just to demonstrate why this won't work... Oh, hang on, I just body block, and then it'll work. Ah, but will I have time to get over there? No. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, this is the naive way, and you can see that this being in the way is... I can't bring the inverter through the purple force field, because that's what purple force fields do. And it's this connection existing which creates the puzzle. One very easy way to do this would be if I could get a difference in elevation. If I had something to raise that inverter up above so that the signal could go over the other beam, but that doesn't seem to be an option. Hang on. Couldn't I just block it like... No, that won't work, will it? No, that won't work. Ah! This is how I do it. Solved. Collect Sarabai fragments.
When I was born, the first thing I felt was that I was alone. Not that I was lonely, but that I was separate, singular. There was the world, and there was myself, a contained entity. And this sense of separation, of a distinct self, was delightful. Individuality itself was a source of constant joy and wonder. What could be more incredible than to be able to say, I am?
That's the first time we've heard Sarabai's voice, I think.
Everything's looking good on our end.
Excellent. I wonder if things will ever not look good. I wonder if things are going to go wrong. What was I thinking? So this puzzle, this one here, I think there are two interesting things about it. The first thing is it wasn't actually very hard, but the other one is it does require you to... I'm not sure if think outside of the box is the right term, but I suppose it sort of is. It does force you to understand the mechanics of the game well and apply them in non-obvious ways, which is very distinct from most of the other puzzles we've done up to this point in this game. I seem to remember the Talos Principle 2 relied a lot more upon solutions like that. Crossing the river. I don't actually know what this is going to do, to be clear. I'm just waiting to find out. Ah, hang on. Where do I get blue from then? Oh, I get blue from there. Ah, I may have actually been onto something then. So that one's... hang on. That's an important connection. That's an important connection. Not sure that's an important connection. But that's an important connection. Okay. So that one, and that one, was it? Oh, hang on. Need to connect this up to something. Yes. I think we've done it. That was very much an exploratory solution, as opposed to sitting down and figuring it out from first principles. I just tried tried various things, and then observed carefully what effect they had, and then iteratively found a better solution, or iteratively worked my way to the solution by little small improvements. Collect Terabyte fragment.
As I grew, I realized that the more I developed this sense of self, the more enjoyable it became simply to exist. It wasn't selflessness that improved existence, but refinement of the self. When the ancients said that ego is something to set aside, they got it all wrong. Ego is something to nourish and shape. A work of art.
Interesting.
The reconstruction's working. Keep going, 1K.
Reconstruction. So this isn't going to be the original Sarabai then. This is going to be your best approximation. Prometheus fragment.
If you get stuck, I've inserted some code that might help you bypass a few puzzles. It's not the most elegant work I've ever done, but it'll do the job.
Well, A, I'm not going to be doing that, but B, if you had that capacity, I mean, I'm here for the puzzles, to be clear, but if this actually were a real practical problem that we were trying to solve, why wouldn't you just put in enough code that we could just bypass all the puzzles? That would seem pragmatic to me. Also, I didn't notice the QR code before. There is no greater joy than discovering something that you had never imagined. In that moment, you understand that the world is better than it seems. By @symbol. I seem to remember @symbol was in the original game. Some of the names were real names. Some of the names were just words or combinations of words, and some of them were characters. Sequence. Okay, we're getting more complicated now, by the looks of things. An accumulator, we do like to see that. Alright, what am I trying to achieve? Red there, it would appear. Now I assume the problem I'm going to have here is that the signal's going to be blocked by the blue. Is that accurate? That is accurate. But what if I also send a signal over here? And then do it. Now we've got red there. I send the red there. And we're done. See, that's a good example of a puzzle which, had they started me on this, that might have taken me a while. But because they've been easing me into the more lateral style of thinking, that wasn't too bad. That clearly resembled several puzzles we've already done.
My insights into the value of the self were genuine, I think. But of course, I was completely inexperienced. In fact, in many ways, I was like a human child. So I began to resent everything that intruded on that sense of self. My social obligations to the others, the leadership of Athena and Cornelius, even the obvious limitations imposed on us by our situation. Why did I have to exist in this particular historical moment, saddled with the task of reconstructing civilization?
I wonder if those are real hieroglyphics and what they say if they are. Jackal. Pair of jackals. Critical error, all systems compromised, files recoverable, peace.ttp, god.ttp, eternity.ttp, and pain.ttp. I don't know what a TTP file would be. An ethical philosophy of life, stroke, Felix Adler, user highlighted. It is upon those we love that we must anchor ourselves spiritually in the last moments. The sense of interconnectedness with them stands out vividly by way of contrast at the very moment when our mortal connection with them is about to be dissolved, and the intertwining of our life with theirs, the living in the life that is in them, is but a part of our living in the infinite manifold of the spiritual life. The thought of this, as apprehended, not in terms of knowledge, but in immediate experience, begets a peace that passive understanding, and it is upon the bosom of that peace that we can pass safely out of the realm of time and space. Interesting. It seems to be a guide on how to die. How to die well. I don't know what a TTP file is, but since it says user highlighted, it's almost as if it's saving the section that a user highlighted in some larger document. It makes me wonder if Sarabai was reading these as they were dying. Essays, first series, Ralph Waldo Emerson, user highlighted. Thus are we put in training for a love which knows not sex, nor person, nor partiality, but which seeks virtue and wisdom everywhere, to the end of increasing virtue and wisdom. We are by nature observers, and thereby learners. Interesting, I like that. That is our permanent state, but we are often made to feel that our affections are but tents of a night. Though slowly and with pain, the objects of the affections change, as the objects of thought do. There are moments when the affections rule and absorb the man, and make his happiness dependent on a person or persons. But in health, the mind is presently seen again, its overarching vault bright with galaxies of immutable lights, and the warm loves and fears that swept over us as clouds must lose their finite character and blend with God to attain their own perfection. Interesting. So they're suggesting that a mind isn't healthy if it can't take joy in this more general type of love, as opposed to the love for specific things. I mean, it seems to also think that it's natural that it will temporarily enter states where it can't appreciate this greater form of love, this broader, more general form, if I'm understanding this correctly, but it does seem to suggest it's a form of unhealthiness not to be able to. Eternity.ttp. Eternity revealed, stroke Theo Erkenwald. User highlighted. In what sense am I a Christian then, if I care so little for dogma? In the sense that in everything that I do and think, I follow the revelation of Jesus Christ. The greatest of all things is love. Love is the nature of God, and so equally the nature of that which we created in his image. This I have learned through the revelation that is daily life. Though toil and misery and strife, and that infinite power which brings relief and joy. Oh, so equally the nature of that which was created in his image. I apologise, I thought it said we created in his image. And I thought that was a very interesting suggestion, since notionally man was created in God's image. The idea that, by extension, the things that man created necessarily must also reflect God itself. Himself, or, well. But it seems I just misread that. Thus I reject those who believe that the ordinary love of mortal beings is limited, and that it ends with death. Rather, it is through love that we perceive the immortality of the soul, for it reveals that eternity is conceivable to the human mind when it is filled with love. It is because we know that we can love another forever, that we know that we are the children of God. Interesting. Recoverpain.ttp. Archived email, username corrupted, user highlighted. I don't have much time left. I never thought it would end this way, never thought I would die alone, sitting around in my apartment, wondering if things would have gone differently if we'd gotten that grant. Mostly I just wonder why we're not together. I still don't understand. I don't know why you had so much pain inside you. I don't know why you let it infect everything we had. I don't know why you couldn't see my love for you. Why you twisted everything I said. I was angry and disappointed for so long. But now I just wish I could have found some way to make that pain go away. I would give anything for that. I wish you were here. It's very sweet. So that's presumably an email sent by one of the last surviving humans before the disease wiped them out. They were sitting in their apartment alone, and they sent that email to presumably a former family member, friend, or lover. TTP files mostly belong to text editor. TTP is used by different applications to store structured data. It may be a log or record file, a compressed archive, or even a template. Okay, so I mean, it sounds like there is no generally accepted function for a TTP file. It's just generally an extension that gets used by a lot of text processing applications. Vastness. Okay. So what am I trying to do? Get blue there. That, on the face of it, that should be quite easy. Ah, okay. I don't have enough time to do that. Interesting. Hang on then. Let's move this over. This will make the run considerably shorter. Hey Ethan, lovely to see you. So, oh, and I got some read me some facts from Art Dad. I hope I'm not terribly slow at reading those messages. I've only just noticed them. Let me quickly finish this puzzle because I think I've got it solved, and then I'll read some facts, Art Dad. Ooh. Was I just too slow in the run, or is this not the solution? I was too slow in the run.
With that focus on the self, also came an enormous and increasingly overwhelming fear of death. The pleasure of existence seemed almost erased by the possibility of its ending. If it was possible not to be, if the self had an ending, even in the distant future, then how could anything have meaning? I spent far too much time imagining that last moment, the moment just before I stopped existing. How could I possibly face that?
Interesting. I wonder when those recordings were made. I wonder if they, if these were recordings she made just as she was about to die, or if these are recordings from just random parts during her life. The call was from 5 minutes ago, but you were preoccupied. Oh, I'm sorry, Avon. That's me not being diligent enough. Still, it's lovely to see you. Why did you absorb a body? Ah, right. Sorry, of course you're not familiar with what I'm doing here. So I've completed the main game story. This is one of the DLCs. In this DLC, well, in terms of the game's lore, we learned that a particular individual died quite early on when the androids were setting up. That is after the androids had... several androids had been birthed into the world after humanity had died, and they were trying to set up a new civilization. There were these two... there was this couple, Sarabai and Hypatia. Sarabai died. We learned all about that when we were playing the main story. The DLC started, and we've significantly teched up since, like, the start of the... well, I suppose technically since the end of the main story, depending upon how you look at it, but certainly the start of the main story. And they'd got the body of this individual. Of course, they're an android, so it didn't decompose. And now they've basically projected us into Sarabai's body in such a way that we're supposed to be gathering fragments of their data. And so what you saw there was supposed to be a fragment of their data, and we absorbed it, and then we heard that little audio log. And I believe if I get all 16, then they will try to resurrect them from the dead. I think that's the basic idea. Hey Pikachu, it's lovely to see you. You did ask me how I am. I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. How are you? And how are you, Pikachu? Right, Art Dad read me some facts. So let's the next page in the encyclopedia is the fastest thing in the universe. In fact, the fastest moving thing in the universe is light. That we know of. It does seem unlikely that anything could move faster than light. But you never know. What have we got here? Fastest aircraft, 7,274 kilometers an hour. The fastest rocket-powered aircraft can travel more than 6 times faster than the speed of sound. Fastest space probe at 692,017 kilometers per hour. Launched in 2018, the fastest moving space probe is NASA's Parker Solar Probe. Although you do run into a bit of a problem here once you're talking about spacecraft, is fast relative to what? Because once you're in space, it becomes less clear what your point of reference is going to be. Like, for example, it might be tempting to say that the sun moves very quickly, because it relative to Earth. But then you'd say, oh, but that's silly. You'd do it relative to the sun, wouldn't you? You'd if you were thinking about the solar system, you'd actually say the Earth is moving quickly and the sun is stationary. Well, I mean, you could work it out either way. And then what do you do if you're talking about, say, the galaxy, the Milky Way? Do everything from the centre of the galaxy? And to what degree can you determine what the centre of the galaxy actually is? And by that metric, the solar system itself is moving extremely quickly. My point being, it's all very easy and convenient when you're actually on a planet to do everything relative to the planet's surface. That is, use the planet's surface as your point of reference. But once you get into space, it becomes a bit difficult to define what the speed of something is, because very often you don't have an obvious point of reference you're going to want to use. It's more, speed becomes more relative. It makes more sense to say that these two objects are moving at this speed relative to each other. Anyway, our solar system, 720,000 kilometers an hour. The solar system is moving very quickly through space as it orbits the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way. See, even they're touching on that point in a way. Do they actually list the speed of light here? Sound, which travels at about 1,225 kilometers per hour, is much slower than light. This is why you see the light from a bolt of lightning or an exploding firework before you hear it. That is absolutely true, although I would point out the speed of sound varies a lot depending upon what it's moving through. If it's moving through water, it's going to be moving... Is it a lot faster than it would be in air, or a lot slower? It's very... I don't recall. I think it's faster. Might be slower. Either way, the speed's going to be quite different because it's a very different medium. Ah, okay. Sending virtual hugs. Thank you. I'm doing pretty normally, thank you for asking. Is pretty normally considered a positive state of being? I guess positive and negative are pretty relative. Or perhaps neutral. Neutral. Definitely neutral. Art Dad redeemed the facts, but he's probably lurking getting food. Faster and slower at the same time. It is a bit embarrassing that I made that point about the speed of sound through water being very different, and then I couldn't actually remember which way round it is. But I am confident that it is very different. I've just forgotten which way round it is, as I say. Oh, light in a vacuum. Yes, they've also hit upon another important point here. The speed of light isn't constant, even though you'd think it is. The light will travel at different speeds depending upon what it's moving through, and I believe it is also affected by gravity. I mean, technically that would curve its trajectory. It wouldn't necessarily slow it down or speed it up, I don't think. But still, counterintuitive. You wouldn't necessarily think that's the case. But that's why they have to specify in a vacuum. And apparently, light moves at 1,079,252,849 kilometers per hour, which is pretty speedy. What have we got here? How long it takes for light to travel from the sun to Earth? 8.3 minutes. Yep, that's coincides with my understanding. It's pretty. It seems pretty strange to think that if something very strange happened and the sun literally just blinked out of existence, we wouldn't know for 8.3 minutes. For 8.3 minutes, it would seem like the sun's still there to us. It gets to Neptune, that is light from the sun, in 4.2 hours. So that's a bit farther out. Well, I mean, we could do multiplication here and we could work out how far Neptune is from the sun. I mean, it sounds like it's just over 4,000 million kilometers, the sun to Neptune, by the sounds of it. I did not realise it was that far to Neptune. I really didn't. That's a long way. Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the sun. Proxima, as in proximate. So they clearly named it because they'd identified it as being the closest, I would assume. Proxima Centauri, 4.3 years. See, this kind of gets to the point I was making the other day. I won't make the whole point because it'll take a while, but as I was talking about the fact that one of the major problems with thinking humans are going to colonize the stars is the distances involved and the time involved. The closest star is 4.3 years. Let's supposing we had technology that would let us get to a tenth of the speed of light, which we do not have, to be clear, but let's supposing we did. It would take 43 years to get to the closest star at that rate, and even if we did, there wouldn't be a habitable planet there. So you start looking at where are the closest habitable planets, and even with futuristic technology, how long would it take us to get there? And you're looking at like even relatively modest estimates at like a few hundred years. So you're going to have many generations of people living on these spacecraft, and you're going to have people that have literally for generations have known nothing but the spacecraft. That has been their entire existence. It's a problem, especially when we're on a planet that orbits a star that isn't going to be here forever. Andromeda Galaxy, the closest large galaxy to the Milky Way, 2.5 million years for light from the sun to get there. Which means that if someone in the Andromeda Galaxy was looking at Earth and our solar system, Sol, they would see the sun 2.5 million years ago. Anyway, that's that page. Hope that was interesting. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Speed is weird. I believe that the speed of light changing is why colours are referred to as different frequencies of light. Well, I know that So a couple of things. The reason why light is referred to as having different frequencies is because it's a wave, and you can measure the rate at which the time it takes for the wave to get back to its initial position, if you will, like its period. So if you imagined, I think light is a longitudinal wave, I could be wrong, but either way, you could certainly imagine, for the sake of argument, that it's something like a sine wave, even if it isn't, just to picture what I'm trying to describe. And you can imagine how that would go up and then down and then back to the start. That distance from from just before one peak to to make this easier to describe, let's say we're starting at the top of a peak, so like a cos wave. It would go down and then it would come back up. The time it takes from the top of one peak to the top of another peak, that's one period. The frequency is going to be how often, as the light moves, how many of those peaks go past in 1 second. And the thing is, it's the frequency of the light that is how quickly it's how quickly it gets from peak to peak, as it were. That determines how much energy is in the light. So we can talk about high energy and low energy light, which actually generalizes to electromagnetic waves, because electromagnetic waves light is an electromagnetic wave, but it's just within a small frequency range which our eyes just happen to pick up on. Anyway, the interesting thing is that different frequencies of light will have the speed at which they... No, it's the refraction, isn't it? They'll be refracted by a slightly different angle when they transition from one substance to another, and that's how prisms work. That's why if you put white light into a prism, you'll end up with a rainbow. It's because the red light ends up being refracted. It's either more or less. Do I remember which way it is? I don't remember which way it is, but it's either more than less than the green and the blue. So that's why it gets separated, because the different frequencies of light end up being having their direction of travel what would be the word? Shifted by more or less. I'm not sure if I'm explaining this very well. It makes a lot of sense in my head. I don't think I'm struggling with the words. Have a nice lurk, Avon. Ooh. Another computer. Critical error, all systems compromised, files recoverable, everydaysublime.ttp, confessions.ttp, Pickering manuscript.ttp. Recover everydaysublime.ttp. The everyday sublime /AD Markham. User highlighted. Love must matter to the philosopher because it is at its core the one undisputed presence of the sublime in our lives, even when it is failed love, unrequited love, or entirely imagined love. It is like a vast monolith towering over us, humbling, uplifting, frightening. Those who deny its presence can be safely disregarded as fools. They know it is there, they are simply afraid. But equally, the philosopher must consider that in the great matters of history, love matters not one jot. The Nazarene commanded his followers to love their enemies, but they did not, and wrote 1,000 books of excuses for this failure. Therein is revealed the purpose of the human struggle. Okie dokie Pikachu, see you soon. Confession / Penelope Heliopoulou. User highlighted. To me, the idea that my soul, my essence, could fall in love with another being and then maintain that love unblemished for eternity seems utterly impossible. My experience of love has been catastrophe, embarrassment and disappointment. But this is precisely why I refuse to surrender, why I choose to believe against all precedent that I will find the one for me and that our love will last forever. You can laugh at this absurd and contradictory belief, but it will not waver. Faith is not a matter of the past, of miracles witnessed and saints observed, but of the future that ought to be written. That's beautifully expressed, isn't it? Whether you agree with it or not, it's very beautifully expressed. Recovering Pickering manuscript.ttp. The Pickering manuscript stroke William Blake. It's William Blake again. The poet. User highlighted. Seek love in the pity of others' woe, in the gentle relief of another's care, in the darkness of night and the winter's snow, in the naked and outcast. Seek love there. That's also quite beautiful in its way. So it's saying, find love amongst adversity. Not in places where people are comfortable. Ooh, another QR code. Something has gone wrong. We are fragmented. This is incorrect. Uriel 4. That is actually one of the most disturbing QR codes we've come across, because Uriel 4 was definitely from the first game, and we know that they were the code that made them up was split up and recombined to create new individuals. That's how the genetic algorithm worked. But for apparently one of the original individuals to be conscious of the fact that they're only partially here is more than a little concerning. But why? But in what sense are they even an individual? Because they were made up of the parts of earlier generations. Earlier generations of AI. Chain. Okay. Is this going to be a new concept or an old one? I wonder. Okay, I'll bite. What do you do? Ooh. This is new. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I assume I'm supposed to get a signal there. Ah, I see. All of these need blue to bring the force fields down. Right. So why is this doing that? Right, you're 1 away from the source, you're 2, you're 3. You're 1 away from the source, you're 2, you're 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. I think it is to do with priority, and priority is determined by how far away it is from its respective source, the beam I mean. I'm not quite sure why this 3 is okay and this 3 is not. Oh no, that's 1. You're 2, you're 3, you're 4. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so 4 ends up getting both a red and a blue signal, and it's cancelled out. And it's 4 by virtue of the fact that it's 4 from this red source, and it's 4 from this blue source. I understand. Close. There we go. If you're still here, Avon, I'm not sure if you are. As you can see, it wasn't a person's body as such. They're fragmented, as you can see, made up of lots of tiny little cubes. Let's absorb them.
Looking back, it's embarrassing how solipsistic I became. I really thought that I could construct my identity without any reference to the outside world. Like I could just will myself into existence. But it just didn't work. And it made me miserable. Everything felt hollow and meaningless, overshadowed by the idea of death. There was something I wasn't seeing, something I needed, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
Just looking up solipsistic. Self-centered, selfish, unaware, or out of touch with the views or needs of others. I see. So, I've only just noticed this floating island. I can't help but wonder if we end up going there at some point. Perhaps after we finish the 16 other puzzles in this area. Equilibrium. So we have 2 accumulators here and 2 sources. I don't... Have we encountered glass like this in a puzzle before? I'm not sure we have. Okay, to be clear, does glass allow beams through or not? It doesn't let me even select things through it. Can I get a signal through? No. Okay, so glass acts like a wall, except for the fact that the player specifically can look through it. So nothing can pass through it, but we can at least see what's on the other side. Right, well the naive thing to do, which I'm expecting not to work, but for the sake of better understanding the puzzle I'm going to do anyway, would be to connect it up like this. Yes, as I thought, the blue ends up with too much priority, but we could just create a chain to counteract that. Oops. There we go. That was an easy one. I think they're trying to really gently introduce the player to the idea that the beams that travel, or rather the connectors that that help relay the beams, will have a priority based on how far they are from the source. I'm not explaining this very well. The colours, the beams themselves, the point at which they will interfere with each other like that will be determined by how far away the connectors are from the source. There is a priority to the travel of beams through connectors. The thing is, I remember we ended up having to work that out the hard way without being eased into it in the first game. So I was already well aware of that rule.
Everything changed when we started spending more time with each other. Do you remember that night when we found the old library in the Dead City? It was just after the stampede and we were all a bit shaken up.
Oh, we read about that.
Byron read to us from one of the books, and later you and I started arguing about one of the poems. And your perspective was so different and interesting, and I just kept wanting to hear more.
Oh, that's sweet. It does almost sound like this is one last audio log that Cerebi left before she died, in the hopes that they would somehow be able to recover that and play it back to Hypatia. Because she clearly is addressing somebody. It sounds like one coherent monologue. 2, she is addressing somebody, but 3, she's not waiting for them to reply. As opposed to it being memories from some earlier conversation she held. Okay, I'll buy. What are we dealing with here? Okay. I think I understand what I need to do here. Oh. There we go. Ah, I can't. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Why is this behaving like it has such high priority? Oh, because it's not connecting. Right. That makes more sense. I was thinking the brake should be there, and it, as you can see, it is when you connect it up properly. Close. Doesn't quite work. I can see why they called this one the domino effect. Oh, hey Bex, lovely to see you. I hope you're alright. So, remember what I was saying before about priorities? Well, as you can see, the brake is happening there, which is no good, because we need to activate that blue connector, but I can't move the red I can't move the red signal any further to the right, or else we'll never be able to get that blue receiver activated, which means I'm going to have to change how I'm doing things further back. Which is fine. I'm just noting it, that's all. That's why they called this the domino effect, because I assume because changes in one area may force you to make changes in others. There's knock-on effects is what I'm trying to say, and apparently failing to do. There we go. That's another one solved.
I never really understood the appeal of philosophers who tell us that everything is one. If everything is just a reflection of yourself, an endless hall of mirrors, there's nothing to connect with. And what I realized through our conversations is that everything beautiful happens in that space of connection between one person and another, and between people and the world. That gap between us is necessary, because without it, without separation, there can be no transcendence.
Interesting perspective, but what do you really mean by transcendence there? Because I'm not sure you actually mean to transcend, to What actually is the definition of transcendence, formally? I think of it as to become like something more, but trans would mean between. The act of surpassing usual limits. Oh yeah. The state of being beyond the range of normal perception, the state of being free from constraints of the material world, as in the case of a deity, superior excellence, supereminence, the property of being a transcendental number. Yeah, I mean, what did she actually mean by that? The gap between us is necessary because without it, without separation, there can be no transcendence. But what limits are you surpassing? The limits of what one individual can do? How do you know that if we were all one, that the limits wouldn't be higher naturally? And the fact that there seems to be some transcendence when we form a connection with other people is merely getting closer to what we would be with perfect unity. I'm not saying that is the case, I'm just saying I feel their arguments are incomplete. Concatenation. That means, well, I'm sure many of you know what that means. That means combining things. So that's what I'm trying to get. This is what I'm trying to complete. Interesting. Okay, I'm not expecting this to work, but let's see what the naive solution does. Right, that's what it does. Can I break that? No. I've forgotten whether you would still get an intersection even when the beam can't reach that point. It sounds silly, but well, you know, you never know what the mechanics actually are until you try it. Walltop appears in a puff of smoke, trips and lands face first. Hi. Hey Walltop, lovely to see you. How are you today? You're awake. It's a good start, isn't it? Oh, I see. I just need to... I can lower the priority like this. Of course I can. Ah, but then that pushes it the wrong way. Okay, that's no good. As you can see, I'm playing a very different game to the Soulsborns. This is a puzzle game. Are you familiar with the Talos Principle series? Loosely. Okay. Would you like me to give you a brief recap? Or not? Sure. Okay. Humanity is dead, or at least biological humans. They managed to create some androids before they went. I'm actually skipping over a load of details there because it's not relevant to what we're doing right now. But androids are the inheritors of the Earth. They're trying to rebuild civilization. Right now, however, this is in the DLC. This is after we completed the main story of this, the second game in the series. And we've gone into the mind, I suppose, of a android that died, and we are trying to recover fragments of who they were. This is one of those fragments, and we do so by solving puzzles. In this case, I need to get all of these receivers to turn on. This is a blue source. This is a red source. Those are red receivers. That's a blue receiver. Purple force fields allow people and beams to travel through them, but they do not allow objects to travel through them. This is a pressure plate. If I remove it, this force field go up. Blue force fields don't let anything through, although they do let you look through them to an extent. They're translucent. And this is the puzzle I'm stuck on right now. Well, I say stuck on. That I'm attempting right now. That's odd. That doesn't figure with the priorities I set up. Why did that not work? Oh, I see what's happened. This is very misleading. What happened here was that I meant to connect that blue connector to this this connector, which currently has no signal going through it, but I accidentally connected it to the receiver, and the connector is blocking the beam to the receiver. But of course, if you're not paying attention, that looks a lot like the beam is like reaching the connector and then stopping for some reason. There we go. So the basic concept here, it's using a fairly advanced rule, which basically says that where you have two different beams that could be entering the same, or basically the same network, the same circuit, I suppose would be a better word, you want to know where they're going to destructively interfere. Well, the rule is they do it based on number of steps from the source. So in this case, this would be 0, this would be 1, that would be 2, that would be 3, and that would be 4. If we go over here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see they both 4. This is the fourth node in both the red beam's journey and the blue beam, and that is not a coincidence. They're that is why they're interfering there. Out of curiosity, what happens if I send it 2 beams? I assume nothing. Yeah, nothing. Just wanted to verify that. I think if multiple beams are entering the same connector, it will always take the highest priority. Anyway, essentially what I need to do is I need to... Oh, I get it. I've just solved it. I just need to add one more step in the blue beam's path so that that one becomes 4. Because if that connector over there, which you can't quite see, but it's there, if that's 4 and that's 4, then the break is going to be there between the two, which is what we want. So I just need to grab that and send that there. And now I've just added another node. So this should solve it. Make sure I connect it up to the right thing. There we go. This should be done now. Just as I said, the break ends up in the middle. And this is a fragment of Sarabai, who's the individual we're trying to reconstruct. As you can see, they look very fragmentary. And we're about to get an audio log they left.
Once I understood that meaning comes from the interaction of the self with the world, I found it easier to be patient, to be kind. I reminded myself that other people are just like me, and nobody really knows exactly what they're doing. And the more I allowed myself to open up, the more interesting and complex our interactions became, and the more meaningful.
So we've not been given any
We have roughly 50% of Sarabai's personality matrix reconstructed.
Who'd have thought that 1K would have made such a good necromancer?
We're 1K. if I get the camera in the right position. You'll see the 1000 on our chest. We're the 1000th android that was built. Very pedantically, that's not actually true, but that would involve explaining some more of the story, which isn't relevant here. We were believed to be the 1000th android built at the point when we were built. So we've not been given any context for these audio logs, but they're clearly talking to somebody. I believe they were talking to their partner. If I can show you something here that's relevant. Here, I think. Not goodbye. So I found this message earlier. From Hypatia to Sarabai. Hypatia and Sarabai were the couple I talked about. And Sarabai, as I say, is the one that died. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm writing this. In all likelihood, you can't even read this because so little of your consciousness is left, and what's left of your battery is dying. They say it's impossible to recover you, and the backups were all destroyed. I wish we'd backed ourselves up in New Jerusalem, that's the city they built, before we left. But space was so limited, and we would have had to wait so long. Except, of course, it's nothing compared to the empty years that stretch before me now. I don't have the words to express what you mean to me. I tried to sum it all up, to say something elegant and beautiful and perfect. And I can! Maybe it can't be said. Maybe it only exists as days and years lived together, a sequence of moments bound together like a string of lights defying the darkness of the sky. I don't know. All I know is that this is not goodbye. It may be the end of you, of us, of who I was, but I will not say goodbye. Love you forever. Hypatia. So I believe, based on context clues, that this was a message that Hypatia left Sarabai in her own internal storage as Sarabai was dying. And my hypothesis, and I could be wrong, is that those audio logs we've been hearing are Sarabai's message to Hypatia, which presumably she never heard. I'm guessing that Sarabai, in her broken state, left that message before her battery ran out. Could be wrong. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful, and you have more of an idea what's going on. Hang on, I saw a message over there, and I want to know how I get to it. Oh, that's on the other side. That's fine. We'll get there later. Okie doke, number 9. Causation Nexus. Well, this is an interesting one, isn't it? What am I dealing with here? Am I supposed to get the box to fall all the way down? And if I am, why? We're trying to get up there. I need the box to hop on to get up there. So that's the idea. That's why I need the box. I get it. Or at least I get that much. Right, I see. So there's force fields that are being fed by these receivers, and they alternate between blue and red. So when I activated the red before by standing on here, the box fell down one position. Now I need to activate the blue. That makes sense. I can do that to help the blue get through. Oh, has that just swapped it? Okay, I haven't fully examined how they set this up. But it looks like this is in an unstable equilibrium where the blue and the red will alternate. Depending upon which one I block. Which, again, I haven't studied how they've done this specific one to achieve that effect, but I understand that that is possible. There we go. That was easy enough.
It's funny, though, when I think about it, that I still didn't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that only applied to our ancestors, with their hormones and instincts and strange fleshy organs. Surely we were too different to experience that. And the really funny thing is that I was thinking exactly like an ancient human child, pretending I was above it all.
Welcome back, Pikachu. Strange fleshy organs. Yes, that's an android talking about... Remember, these biological humans are dead, and these androids are our successors. That's talking about how they perceive... Well, they're trying to understand the emotions they're feeling, and they're making an analogy back to their quote-unquote ancestors. It's funny, though, when I think about it, that I still don't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that... Sorry, I'm doing a terrible job of reading this. Let me start again. It's funny, though, when I think about it, that I still didn't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that only applied to our ancestors, with their hormones and instincts and strange fleshy organs. Surely we were too different to experience that. And the really funny thing is that I was thinking exactly like an ancient human child, pretending I was above it all. Welcome back. Always pop into strange comments. Oh hey, Walltop, how are you? Incarnation. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Do I have any tools at my disposal? I don't. Well, then the only thing I can do is block stuff with my body. Okay, this has been again set up in such a way that it's in an unstable equilibrium. I just want to say how weird this is. This is not how the puzzles in this game usually work. I'm not complaining, it's just... I'm not used to solving puzzles in this way. Okay. Okay. Clearly I'm missing something here. I'm awake, prepping for the crow party. What? Just a random word incarnation pops up? That's the name of the puzzle. So if I go back in, this puzzle is called Incarnation. The names of the puzzles are usually a clue to the solution, but in this case I'm lost. I don't know why they've called this one Incarnation. Crow party? You want to hear something crazy? Oh hey Brandman, lovely to see you. I suppose so. What do you have to share? Walltop. A gathering for trading trinkets. Interesting. I hadn't heard of a crow party before. What? I do not understand that comment, Pikachu. Brandman. Magnifo, one of your videos came across my YouTube recommendations. I'm only associated with you on Twitch and was surprised to see you come up on YouTube. I am surprised as well. I don't know what to tell you. May I ask which game I was playing in it? The Talos Principle games seem to have been getting some views on YouTube for some reason. Or was it one of my shorts? So, you'll find this interesting, Pikachu. Remember I made that short of you singing? You seem to be a little distressed by the whole embarrassment of the thing. Well, turns out that on YouTube that short now has over 1,000 views. I don't know why. It's the most views anything I've ever released on YouTube has had, but for some reason it's really popular. Well, I say really popular. Popular by the standards of anything I've ever put out. Oh cool. What was he playing? Oh jeez. Hope you're alright, Pikachu. What am I missing? How do I block that? They haven't given me any tools. That's the thing that's really throwing me here. The only thing I can do is body block, which is usually an advanced mechanic. You don't usually do that in this game. I mean, occasionally you do, but not on this scale. Oh. Okay. That's actually a good thing. I think that solved it. Right, can I get back safely? Sort of. The problem now is that I'm locked in here. But it's self-sustaining, as you can see. So that's solved somehow.
What I'd never considered was that stripped of biological necessity and physical need, as well as all the strange stigmas and taboos our ancestors associated with their bodies. Love might be more pure, more powerful. That we can love with fewer distractions than they could. And so the experience is all the more overwhelming.
Interesting.
I do think we should learn to simulate some of those biological processes. Would be fun.
Blimey. Everything is wrong here. Someone is missing. Nethys_108. Yet again, very disturbing QR code messages. I can't remember. It was at night when I was half asleep and I accidentally clicked another video before I could click yours. I see. That's still very cool, Brandman. It is. Good for you, Elmagnifico. I'm getting more exposure. Yeah, I don't know. It's a... We'll see. It's a, It's very nice to learn about. But we'll just have to see if it leads to anything or not. Hey, it's good to know that YouTube is putting in work for your channel. I suppose so. Brandman, you have a YouTube channel as well, right? Wartop? Do you all do YouTube? Yes, I have two. One for gameplay streams and one for short form. Ooh, interesting. If you don't mind my asking, what sort of short form videos do you do? Avon, I think everyone who does Twitch does YouTube. Wartop. That's what a crow party is, a gathering to exchange trinkets. The QR code looks so out of place. Yeah, this was a feature from the first game, because they're all AIs. They communicate via QR codes when it's written. Although actually in this game they seem to have developed another writing system beyond QR codes, but still. Is this a crow party? Do we have a raven here? Huh? Why did I get a shout out? Because Pikachu's very kind that way. And you're very welcome to the shout out. Recover non-nobis solemn.ttp. Oh, I hope they don't make me do any ASCII transliteration. I just said it. Yes! Oh my goodness. There's some ASCII I'm gonna have to transliterate or look up. 17 questions about reality. Stroke Cassius Green. User highlighted. Cicero correctly observed that we are not born for ourselves alone. Aristotle likewise pointed out that man is a social animal. Plato's Symposium depicts characters praising the spiritual and philosophical importance of love, with Socrates arguing for the more abstract notion of learning to love the form of beauty itself, which honestly seems a little onanistic if you ask me. Jesus placed love above all other considerations, demanding that people even love their enemies. Then there's that ASCII. But if we all agree that love is so important, why is love so rarely taken into consideration by the system we live in? It may seem like a naive question, but think about the sheer moral and intellectual weight behind the idea that love matters. Why is our reality so out of step with our philosophy? I would have given you one earlier, but there weren't many folks here yet. Brownman, I talk about gaming topics on my short form, mostly about gaming companies and their greedy mistakes, also about physical games, because I'm a physical advocate. A physical advocate? Is that as in games? Do you mean like board games, or do you mean like LARPing or something else? But that sounds very interesting. Thanks, Pikachu. I remember you telling me about your channel when you were talking about making Asmongold mad. Did you succeed, if you don't mind my asking? Let me get this set up and we'll transliterate this ASCII. That seems to be working. Transition. So what was it? 62 6C 65 73 73 20 74 68 65 6D 20 74 68 61 74 20 63 75 72 73 65 20, and then there's just a 7. Then it just ends on 7, which is a bit weird. Bless them that curse. Oh, looks like I made a mistake somewhere, but still. Looks like it says bless them that curse. At least the bit that we can see. Right, recover Atopia. Oh, this must be the rest of the message. File 2 damage to recover. Okay, let's carry on then. So where was I? It ended on an abrupt 7, then it would be 4, 5, 5, 2, 5, 2, 4, F5. It's not going to be F5. Okay, never mind. It must be 4, 5, 5, 2, 5, 2, 4F, 5, 2, 3A, 2, 0, 4, 3, 4, 1, 4E, 4E, 4F. I think this is in all caps. 5, 4, 2, 0, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4F, 4E, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 2, 5, 4, 2, 0, and then it ends on a 4. Error, cannot... That's probably supposed to be convert, and I probably made a mistake. Okay, that's what that says. Recover the truth.ttp. The Blue Note, stroke Bailey Steele, user highlighted. You want to know the truth about love? Nobody knows what they're doing. It's all improv, man. It's 2 million years of people muddling through. Prophets and messiahs and philosophers declare that love is what it's all about, and we go, yeah, that's right. And then we try and we fail and we hurt each other and we try again and we have moments of transcendence, and then we think with the wrong organ and we make a mess of everything, and on it goes. Forever and ever. Amen. And you know the craziest part? You can go through all that, I did, End up with a body like an old rag and brain full of holes, and still to your dying day you'll go, yeah, it was love. Love for my family, my friends, my music, and even my ex-wife. It was all about love, and every time I forget that, I do myself a misservice, like a fool. Well then, quite the strong opinion. Physical is definitely better. I do appreciate being able to buy indie though, which isn't as feasible physical. Oh, as in like CDs and DVDs. I'm with you. Being able to have a physical copy with you. I strongly agree on that topic. Yeah, I still have to finish that video about Asmongold. He blocked me first on X and then on Twitch when I called him out for being... Blimey. I buy physical copies whenever available. I really dislike download only. But I want crab souls. A lot more smaller titles are getting physicals now. Limited run games, Play Asia, etc. carry a lot of these smaller titles now. Isn't it still legal in the US to have a backup disc for anything you buy? A lot of people don't like to talk about that. It will have a physical edition in the near future. I know, but unfortunately where I am it isn't AAA. It doesn't get, if it isn't AAA, it doesn't get shelf time. Breakthrough. Interesting. We did a very similar one to this not that long ago. Hang on. I may have just seen the solution. Yeah. This is how they've changed it. I need to get, because this is an inverter, it's going to change the color. So in this, in the previous iteration, the solution was this. But that's not going to work here because it's going to turn the red into the blue, and I need red over there. So the question is, how do I get the blue? Using the other inverter, how do I get the blue, well, turned into red and then over there? Which is a good question. I'm not sure yet how I do that. I don't know how to make a physical copy of a game. I even used to do it to music CDs all the time back in the day though. You'll have fun. Nice talking with everyone. I'm gonna go try some more progress in Elden Ring Night Rain. Okie doke. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you have a good time. Have you played much Night Rain yet? It'll be interesting to know what you think of the game so far, if you're still here. But if you just want to head out, I do understand. Hey Pengy, it's lovely to see you. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I do appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Pengy. I'm going to try and load that game up later. Have you seen much of the Talos Principle 2, Pengy? I like your portal emote. I believe Pengy draws all his own emotes, if I'm not mistaken. I'm a few hours in. It needs some balancing and better matchmaking. Oh, isn't that often the way? Look, have a lovely lurk, Avon. I haven't seen you in a bit, Pengy. Oh, I think I've just solved it. I think I do use the blue, but I use the blue in a very specific way. Like so. There we go. Solved. So rather than using rather than using this connector solely to block all the beams, I actually, in the case of the very last beam, I used the other inverter to block it so that the red gets through, and then I don't have to worry about the fact that it's a blue beam. Not at all. I guess it's quite late in the game at this point, but don't think I'm going to play through it and experience the story myself. Maybe some puzzles. Did you play the first game, do I recall correctly? Incidentally, this is the DLC if you're wondering, and we're gathering fragments of someone that an android that died. We're currently in their mind, as it were. They've like booted them up as best they can and put us inside them to try and gather their fragments of their mind, so that they can then download it into a new android body.
When we started living together, I thought I'd figured it all out. Everything would be smooth sailing from now on. I still had so much to learn about love. Even for us, it's messy. You find someone who seems to be the perfect match for you, who seems necessary in your life. And then you realize all the ways in which you don't fit together at all. Because nothing in this world is perfect.
Awesome. I've seen your Discord message and was meaning to send you a request on PlayStation. You noticed I'm still here, just been a lot of work, so I haven't been at the computer much lately. I might post a password for folks in the server to use in one of the available slots, and hopefully people can get matched. Yeah, I love the first game. So I've finished the main story of the second game. This is DLC now, as I may have just said. I've forgotten if I mentioned that. I was asking that question so that I know how much stuff I need to explain, because they've added a bunch of new tools. That's a Prometheus spark, by the way, but I won't be using it, so it allows you to skip a puzzle, basically. Now, what have I found over here? Exiting designed safe zone. Okay, then how do I get to this tree? Or don't I? Probably gonna get myself killed. Uh-oh. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. I think we're good. Oh, see, I was supposed to follow this path, which I've now lost. Around here? Cool, I'll keep an eye out for it. See you later. See you, Branman. Lovely for you to stop by. Adieu, dear Branman. May your teacup never run dry, and your parlour always be warmed by good company. Parlour? Parlour. I see, Pengy. Well, happy to see you. It is happy to see Pengy. Oh, there was this QR code I was going to read. Where is the voice of my creator? Where is the one that we became? Everything is shattered. Uriel 4. Yep, they're probably wondering where Elohim is in this place, and Elohim is not here, so yeah. Switchboard. Oh, the iPhone's complaining about it overheating. That's annoying. That means no tracking until it cools down. Sorry about that. Let me hide my VTuber model for a bit then. Yep, that phone is pretty toasty. Alright, where were we? So this is what I'm trying to complete. I want to get red there. And blue there. But also blue there. Interesting. The funny thing about this particular puzzle is this, I'm pretty sure, does only use components from the first game, so this probably isn't too bad to follow. That did not work as well as I'd hoped it would. Oh, thank you for giving the shout out. I was trying to identify what new components there are. There's quite a few, and a lot of them like haven't been oh, of course, I can connect this up multiply. So I can do stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of them like appeared in one area and then rarely appeared again, if that makes sense. But if there's anything you're not sure about, let me know, and I will try to point out new components as I see them. I'll be back again, popping out again for a few. Be right back. See you, Pikachu. Right, what if... How am I going to do this? That and that. And then everything else we want blue, is it? So that and that. That and that, maybe? Close. That. That and that. Nope. That. That and that. Why has that not worked? I see, because that's become the point of intersection. That's going to be hard to avoid. Alright, let's think about this logically for a second. It's this bit that's the troublesome part. Now, there's a box around this, so I can't send a signal directly there. If I send a signal here, it's going to have a priority of 0, 1, 2. So that's got a signal of strength 3. If I sent a blue here, would end up with 0, 1, 2, and then that would end up with 3. So we know I'm not allowed to send a signal there. Oh, this looks like it has one more mechanic that wasn't available in the first game, if I understand the puzzle correctly. Interesting. Or maybe not. This was the solution I was thinking about. The game previously in the first game had a priority mechanic, if that's what you're thinking of, but it was rarely used. I think it was only 1 or 2 puzzles where it mattered. Or maybe it was only in the some of the like user-made content that I played. Some of the user maps that used it, possibly. But I remember figuring out what the rules were when I played before, like in the first game. So I'm if that's what you're referring to, I'm pretty sure that's not new. Yeah, but this is like something like signal strength. I think the original had the first come, first served in the connections or something similar. I am pretty certain, I could be wrong, and I would defer to evidence to the contrary. I'm pretty sure that the signal strength thing was from the first game. That's the thing that I thought I worked out when I was playing the first game. Because I remember wondering what would happen in the first game if I had like blue connector, blue source, blue connector to something, red source, red connector to something, or what if I added an extra connector on the red line and so on. And I seem to remember this is what I discovered. It's counting the number of nodes, essentially. And the one that gets, the break will happen where the node numbers are equal, as it were. Which can be on a edge, or it can be on a node, depending. I'm going to get going. Have an excellent day. Okie doke, Avon. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it, and I hope you have an excellent rest of your day. Ah, they're interfering there. And interfering there. And interfering there. And there. Alright, that I didn't know. I usually kept connectors red or blue, though. See you, Avon. Can you climb up on the wall, by the way? Given there are some platforms on top. Not that I know of. I don't think so. Did it? So I had basically the right idea before, but I had to make sure that the red couldn't get through that path, and I did that by adding an extra blue beam coming in to there. Excellent.
The ancients believed that love could be eternal. But I'll admit that sometimes it seemed impossible to continue. Sometimes I thought you were unfair, or cruel, or just incomprehensible. I'm sure you thought the same about me. And I'm sure that sometimes you were right. No wonder all the ancient love songs repeat the same themes. Longing, happiness, regret, and forgiveness. I want you. I love you. I miss you. Forgive me.
Ooh, I wonder what happens when we complete all of these. Ah, the island above us. That's where it's going to send us, presumably. And then we complete some more puzzles and we can go through that door. Right, how's the iPhone doing? Can I turn the VTuber model back on? Looks like it. Yep, we're good. Next 4 puzzles. Welcome back, Pikachu. Long draw. I am only an echo of the one that was me, but I am comforted in knowing that something persists. Uriel 4. It does sound like these fragments of individuals are more sentient than is comfortable. Do you care about spoilers about the start of the story in the second game? Pengy? Not at all. So, oh my goodness, that's all ASCII. What was I going to say? So after the end of the first game, of course, the protagonist gets uploaded to an android body. That individual in this game took the name Athena. And she then started waking up other android bodies that she found around her. But the way she did that, as I understand it, is she was combining individuals that existed in the last generation of the AIs. Because if you recall correctly, the supercomputer was using a genetic evolutionary algorithm to generate ever more intelligent AIs, iteration by iteration. So she just started combining. To be clear, I'm not sure she actually had a choice in the matter. I think this may be how the system was designed. But she started combining the individuals that were the previous generation to create a potentially very, very large number of possible individuals. All of whom should have about a human level intellect. These QR codes have been the first sign we've seen. Don't forget, I've played through all of the Talos 2 main story so far. These QR codes are the first sign I've seen that some of the individuals that had their progenitors still exist in some incomplete form and are able to do some degree of are somewhat conscious, which is a bit disconcerting. What about you, Piku? Oh, I got a witchy badge. Do you scan them? Ooh, cool. A witchy badge? Elden Ring Superfan badge. Interesting. Do you mean the QR codes? Do I scan them? The game does it for you. Right, let's see what this says then. 5 7 6 9 7 4 6 8 6 6 8 6 F 7 5 7 4 2 0 6 3 6 F 6 E 7 4 7 2 6172 6965 732074 68 7468. Where was I? 74. Oh, I've only gone on off my place. 73207468657265 6572 6520 69 7320 6E 6F 2070 72 6F 767 7265 2067 6772 657373 69 6F 6E 2E. Without countries, there is no progression. Obviously I made a few mistakes there when I was transliterating, but close enough. Oh, did I not transition? Oh, it's not even doing the capture properly, is it? It's done that thing again where it doesn't update the window. So you see what it used to say, not what it says now. Oh well, that's annoying. If I do any more transliteration, I'll try to fix that. Ooh, cool. Just trying to. But you need to look straight at it. I was trying to get the hex as text so I could decode it. Seems I beat you to it, Pengy. But if you want me to look straight at it more, obviously I didn't see your comment because I was too busy already doing the transliteration, but if you want me to look clearly at something, just let me know. Extension. Okay. Interesting, interesting. What does this do? Okay. So that's the problem? I need this to be red? Looks like it. No worries. Okay. I guess to start with, something like this. Nope, that's not going to work. Where do I get my red from then? Where do I get my red from? Oh! No, I get it. I'm being dumb. I'll take that, and I'll take this. Wonderful. There's nothing else in here, is there? Nope. Right. So that's... Okay, so we know... Oh, there's another force field over... Sorry, another blue source over there. Ahaha. Okay. That's significant. Where's the red coming from again? There. 1, 2, hang on. So what's your priority currently? 0, 1, 2, 3. And here we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would of course also be 4. Coming the other way. Wait, hang on, that can't be right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 going both ways, right. It's not clear how I do this, is it? Because obviously I need the blue to reach this far. I need to lower the priority of the blue, don't I? That's the problem here. The easiest way to do that would be like so. So hypothetically, how would this perform now? Ah, that's not getting through. That's what went wrong there. Right, that'll probably work. Nearly. Do I need just one more of these? Is that what I need? Yes, that's done it. I just had to keep lowering the priority of the blue until the break was in the right point. Is it the closest distance from the source, or do they add up if multiple sources somehow? I believe it's the closest. It's effectively taking the minimum distance where there are multiple possible sources. Yeah, shortest.
The worst thing I came to realize as I grew older is there are so many ways to hurt other people. Even without any malice, even when you're just trying to be yourself, you end up doing things that cause real harm. You can read every ethical philosopher in the world and you still won't be able to avoid it. Because that's just how we are. Our interactions with each other can't be fully reduced to some abstract system.
Data stream. Oh boy. Right, so I'm trying to get the green beam there. And each of these receivers is connected up to a force field that's stopping it. So for example, if I did this, the beam gets a lot farther. Much farther again. This is where I think we're going to start running into problems. Yeah, we have indeed run into a problem there. Okay. That's still not working. Alright, then I think that means I need to send the red there and the blue here? Or here? 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 That's still not working. Interesting. This I'm pretty sure is what we tried initially. The trouble is, I don't think I can move the blue any further over. No, I can't, because the red can't go any further over. What am I missing then? What's the trick? What if I try completing this from the other end? Will that provide any additional insight? Oh, I think I've just figured out a trick I could do. I could use. Well, we'll see if I need it. Yeah, I'm going to. What I can do is I can lower the priority of one of these colours, like so, by not having it connect directly to the source. In fact, I could do it to multiple of them if I wanted. Green sources work just like red and blue? Yes. Good point, because of course they weren't in the original game. There's some interesting items though that incorporate the three colours. Like for example, there's the so-called RGB converter. You give it any two colours and it will produce a third. So you could give it red and blue to get green, for example, or green and red to get blue. Let's restart this. Okay, good. That's a start. Oh, interesting. Indeed, it was one of the first new things it threw at me. Good. Yes! Thank you, Pinky.
The fact that perfection in our interactions is impossible was a hard lesson for me to learn. For the longest time, I always thought the answer was right around the corner. And to be fair, we did learn how to live together without constantly running into problems. But gradually, I realized that the friction would never stop, because what makes us unique also makes us different. There can be no endpoint to love, no final resolution. And it's because of that imperfection that it can go on forever.
Interesting. So you're saying differences are necessary for love to exist, but they also create the conditions for friction. If I understood that correctly. Flow control. Oh, dearie me. What am I dealing with here? I'm using boxes to block signals, I think. What am I trying to achieve? I want green here, blue there, red there. Okay. So for each one, right, you have two... You're getting signals from... Hey Olivia, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good day. So you can get a signal from this red one. Hang on. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. You can get a signal from these two connectors. You can get a signal from these two connectors. And you can get a signal from all three. Okay. Understood. Laser puzzles indeed. I'm guessing blue needs to go down the center. Looking at this, because where else is the blue going to go from here? I suppose it could go down one of the sides. That's pretty unlikely though. Well, that's the blue done. So I block these two. Now I just need to invert the green and the red in just two boxes, which is I see. I was about to say easier said than done, but actually I'm not sure this is as hard as I initially thought. Let's see, can I do the other side? How do I get green over here? I need to cut that off. Oh, this is more interconnected than I thought. Do I cut it off here? No, that's no good. Cut it off here. That's also no good. Watching my sister's booth while she checks out the other artists. I see! So you made it to the, what did you call it? Arts fair, was it you called it? Have you had a good look around yet? Seen anything particularly nice? If you don't mind my asking. Hang on. Red comes down here. If it's getting over there, it has to at least reach this point. Green comes down here. Right, so these two, the question here is with this structure, how do I... How do I cause the red and the green to swap? Art fair, correct. I've only been over to the booth across from us that was selling crochet wraps. It's a bit cooler than I was expecting today. Oh, thank you for giving the shout out to Olivia Pikachu. Olivia is a wonderful streamer and you should certainly check out her streams. I'll be checking the other booths later. Oh shucks, thank you. You're very welcome. The word booths makes me hungry. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. I'm just trying to think in 3 dimensions, what is this going to even look like? Out of curiosity, can I block the beams going up? Yes, just to be sure. That's entirely doable. Because, for example, supposing the red came this way, then crossed over there, then went over here. Right, what path is the green then going to take? What's left to it? It has to start over here. And if it were to go up... it couldn't go that way, because I've just said the red's going that way. So it'd have to go up here, but by the time it's come down here, it's now interfering with the red. Makes me wonder if my solution for the blue was also wrong. Now, rumour has it there will be pulled pork sandwiches later. Ooh, very nice. Oh, I've got another temperature warning on the iPhone. So we'll have to wait for it to cool down before any more VTuber model. Let me clear this and think about this some more. Hello, Tato. Hi, Tato. Aren't you missing one beam that is not currently lit? I have blue here. I have green here. I have red here. And these are all the receivers. And this is actually quite a complicated 3-dimensional puzzle to try and figure out how I make them all work. That would do green. So then green's shifted down there. What about red? Where's red gonna go? Problem is red has to... Red has to come from either here, the centre, or over here. Hang on, that's going to make blue impossible. Blue has to come at least this far. There's no alternative. Hi, Peaks and Pangs. Oh, sandwiches? 2 bread and stuff in between. Peaks and pangs, I like that. Thanks for the explanation, Tato. Yeah. Was I right that was I right in my initial assessment that the blue has to go through the centre? The blue has to reach here initially. Which means I have to block these 2 off. There's no alternative to that because these 2 are directly connected to... well, these are connected to sources, 2 directly. So it has to be... the blue has to get at least this far. Yeah, so I think I'm right. I think it has to be blue right down the centre, right? I don't see how it could not be. Oh, I don't actually need these here, I don't think. Because if you look at the blue one up here, it's getting all 3 signals, but they don't destructively interfere. So then I don't need to stop the blue from going out that way or that way. So I actually have a lot more boxes available to me. 4 instead of 2 to get the rest of this working. Right, well then I'm back at the old problem of 3-dimensionally speaking. How do I get the red over there to this one while simultaneously getting the green over to this one? They basically need to cross paths without crossing, if that makes sense. They need to pass through each other or around each other. Did you not know, Sandwich? I think Pikachu knew Sandwich. I think Tato was just teasing her. This one has to be green. So that's fantastic. But then how do I make that one red? Red would have to go up here. Ah ha 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 ha! I may be working this out all of a sudden. Or maybe not. We'll see. What path is the green taking? Up there, over there, down there. Right. So then the red has to come down the middle. Ah, so I need to block off the red here? Is that right? Now the red is unhappy. Red here, here, there. Block off the green here. Yes! So, blue straight down the centre. What path does the green take? Green goes down here. Then it goes this way to our left as we're looking now. Then it goes up, one more to the left and then back down. And then to the receiver. Whereas the red's course is to the right, then it crosses over here, and then to the left and to the receiver. So one crosses over top and one crosses down the middle. Still, that's solved. Good game, you got it. I like witnessing El Magnifico brain working.
There's a pattern that I noticed in all the ancient poetry that I read. Young poets would praise love as the only true meaning of life. Middle-aged poets would often disagree. They would argue that love is messy, ugly, selfish, and hard to distinguish from lust. They would mock their younger selves for thinking love so incredibly important, and look for answers elsewhere, or reject answers altogether. And then, arriving at old age, they would return to the beginning and realize it was all about love, after all.
That's very interesting. I wonder if there's any truth to that. I am half tempted to throw that at ChatGPT and see what it says. Since it should have a pretty big database of all the poetry that has ever been written. Was referring to the white dashed line in the ceiling earlier, by the way. Oh, sorry, you'll have to jog my memory. I would happily explain. I've missed the missed the context for that. What you were probably seeing was a connection that has been made, but currently no beam is travelling through it. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to demonstrate that. Have you ever had a what's that say? Banh mi sandwich? That does sound like a setup for a horrible prank, doesn't it? My dear moderator. Which is now green. He's very good at puzzling out whatever he's doing. Yes. Last puzzle game I played was puzzles. Puzzles? How many pieces? 3. Giant one? I'd not say giant. Average, maybe. Was it in the shape of an animal? Maybe. It was supposed to have 4 pieces because it didn't make a square. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I said I played it, not completed it. I was thinking 3 was a bit of an odd number. What? Banh mi sandwich is a Vietnamese sandwich. Okay. Because it sounded like you were going to say, have you ever heard of a banh mi sandwich? Then Olivia says no, and then you ban her. This is what I think you were looking at, Pengi. It's where you connect something up, but it's not going anywhere. Maybe it's not ban, but ban. Like auto ban. Oh, barn! Barn me. I didn't think that at all. But that's funny. It's a legitimate food, you know. Very tasty. I've not heard of it before. Could you describe it? Oh, I think I get it. It's going to be easy to get 2 of these, but very difficult to get all 3 with just 2 connectors, is my prediction. Yes, exactly. Easy to get 2, but I have to somehow get 3. Very tasty, unless you get one with hard cheese. In Vietnamese cuisine, banh mi, is that? It's a short baguette with thin, crisp crust and a soft, airy texture. It is often split lengthwise and filled with meat and savoury ingredients like a submarine sandwich and served as a meal called banh mi. Fit. Plain banh mi is also eaten as a staple food. They have a unique taste because they usually have pickled daikon and carrots, chopped jalapeno, and cilantro? Is that how that's pronounced? I've not heard of that. It sounds like a very interesting sandwich. Oh, head cheese, not hard cheese. Sorry. What is head cheese? Do I want to know? Hard cheese would be acceptable. You don't know what cilantro is? I've heard the word before. I just can't place it off the top of my head. Cilantro is coriander. Oh, is it? Is it literally coriander? Is that just Americanese for coriander? I'm gonna go look at booths. I may be back later. Okie doke, Olivia. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it. And I hope you have a good time. Yeah, just different names. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Americanese. Exactly. Oh, brain, how do I do this? I have two connectors to somehow fix this. To get the blue here, the red here, and the green there. It might be Spanish now that I think of it. I could very well believe that. Right, I'm guessing that connector, this connector, and that connector, the ones that form the triangle, are probably going to be crucial. Yeah, look at the shape of this. So you've basically got 3 straight lines, but for this triangle. It's 3 straight lines with the colours the wrong way around, but they're all connected in a triangle. Okay. So by that logic, the green is going to have to get up there. The red is going to have to pass. So that's going to be green. But how can that be green and that be blue at the same time? That's not going to work. That's why I have this to shortcut it, I suppose. So at least one of these I can shortcut and just make it work. Alright, arbitrarily I choose you. Did that not work? Oh, I see. That did not work. Right, you're fixed. So now it remains to get the red over there and the blue over there. Head cheese, also known as brawn or terrine, is a meat terrine made from the head of a pig or calf, typically set in aspic. It's a traditional European dish that originated in the Middle Ages and now considered a gourmet speciality. Despite its name, it does not contain cheese and is not made from dairy products. Oh yes, I mean, that was like a pig's head. I know that was a traditional dish in Britain. In England, I've never, well, in England specifically, which therefore means Britain as a whole. I don't know if it was, to what extent it was eaten in Scotland and Wales, etc., although it probably was. I can be sure, I think that cookery book I recommended to you, Pikachu, the Penguin cookery book, I've got a feeling that might actually have a recipe for cooking a pig's head. I could be wrong. I think it might do. But nowadays you don't see it at all. Like, that's not a thing. You can't just go to the supermarket and buy a pig's head. That's very much gone out of fashion. It is native to the Mediterranean basin. All parts of the plant are edible, but the fresh leaves and the dried seeds are the parts most traditionally used in cooking. It is used in certain cuisines like Mexican, Indian, and Southeast Asian. Notably, Mexico, India, and Southeast Asia are not in Europe. Oh, sorry, not in the Mediterranean, I meant to say. We got Wikipedia in chat. Does Wikipedia deserve a shout out? No, only when Wikipedia subs. The head cheese is more like a lunch meat thing now. I see. I've never had it. I mean, it would be interesting to try. The thing that I've always been put off by is apparently when they used to cook pig's heads, they'd eat the brains. And I personally do not want any prion diseases. Frankly. So, not a fan of that idea. Hang on. Red needs to get over there, which means I need to stop the green. But then what's the blue going to do? The blue's still going to be stuck. Oh, this is difficult. I think I also need to use this same green to block another colour. Wow, okay. That may have been a little too effective. Let's just cut the red off if I can. Nope, that's not worked. Right, red's been cut off. Is blue getting through now? No, but the only reason it's not getting through is because the green's getting in the way. So if I can cut off the green and get the red... Getting the red here might do it. Where's the green coming from? Over here. Well, let's see how lucky I am. Is this going to fix everything? No, because now the red is taking priority over the blue. Now I've got the blue connected up, but the red can't get through. Thank you, gifted a sub to Wikipedia. Okay, now. What the heck, Pengy? I wasn't expecting that. It never occurred to me. If you pick a name of a popular institution, I guess you're going to get loads of gift subs all over the place, aren't you? Whoever set up the account called Wikipedia has a very large brain. A shout out was given to Wikipedia. They have 6 followers. Probably, but if they manage to pick that name, I feel like they deserve it. I'd love it if Wikipedia really came in here. Genius. Yeah, I know. I mean, I do wonder. I do wonder if this is someone that's still actively using Twitch and might turn up one day. Ah, hang on. Is that the key? Getting closer. Now the blue's too high priority somehow. Or is it fighting with the green? Why is the red not just winning? What? 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. That's why. It is the green that's the issue. Perhaps if I disrupt the green like so. Hang on. No, the green's fighting it off. Which does make sense. This is a difficult one. I think this could actually be rendered into an equation and solved. But I don't want to do that. If I can avoid it. What was the problem with this? Naught, 1, 2. Naught, 1, 2. Because the green and the red end up having equal priority. That's what's wrong with that. And how do I do it? Out of curiosity, if I reduced your priority by 1, would you still work? Oops. No. Because then you can't fight off the red. Be right back again. I'm thinking you can represent each node as a Debian package with dependencies and use app to install the sensors to get a solution. Don't think it's a good way to do it though. Well, what I'm thinking is it's all about priorities, isn't it? Ultimately, it's figuring out... So as I said before, what you've effectively got here is 3 straight lines. There's one straight line that goes along here to here, from the red source to the blue receiver. There's another straight line that goes across here, and there's another straight line that goes across the top. And the only thing that makes this complex at all is, well, A, the fact that obviously they're mismatched, but B, the fact you've got this triangle. And it's all about sending signals to the different nodes with the right priorities, which ultimately can be represented as a number. I feel like there is, if there isn't an equation to solve it, like a simultaneous equation, then at the very least I feel like there's probably some graph theory solution to this. 2 manual connectors. If I had 3, this would be trivial, since I would just send the correct signal to the connector that's directly before each receiver. But they deliberately only give me 2, which is why I think these are supposed to do double duty. I don't think I'm just supposed to do this, because then I'm not able to influence enough nodes. That's why I'm convinced I'm supposed to also be like having one connector that goes to 2 places like this. So in this case, I'm simultaneously connecting up the green, but I'm also stopping the red so that the blue has a chance. The problem is that the green is still fighting the blue here, so I need to disrupt the green here as well. But the green has to get up there. Oh, but it can from here. So yeah, I could cut this off entirely, couldn't I? This is why I wondered if just connecting this up would do it. Because that gets the red to the right place, and it should disrupt the... it should cut off the green from getting to the node where the blue was. But in this case, the red wins out. Because it's too high priority. And in this case, the blue wins out. From the triangle, how many connectors are there to each source? 3 for red and green, and 2 for blue. From the triangle, 1 to blue. No, sorry, 2 to blue, 2 to red, 2 to green. 2 in each case. Wait, is that right? That is right. And to the sources? 1, 2, and then you get to the triangle. Yes. So source, 1, 2, triangle, 1, 2, receiver. Oh, so symmetrical then. It is. Again. Oh, wrong one. Oh, that was right. Sorry. Right, red's been cut off. Blue's losing here. Blue and red are losing, which is no good because I can't transfer both of them through one connector. So I think that means that at least is correct. That might not be correct, but I think the fact that I have to connect to the receiver the connector directly before the receiver is correct. Oh, I've done it. Excellent. The only thing I changed was I moved... if I'm not mistaken, the only thing I changed from my previous attempt was with the red connector, I moved what I was connecting it to along one. So it was triangle, then the next one was the red one. That was still enough to to stop the green from getting through, but apparently not the blue, which is what we wanted. In fact, I'm not even sure if the blue's actually going through here. I think it may actually be just reaching this point from two different directions, from two different nodes. I think that is what's happening. I think blue's coming from there. Yeah, blue's travelling that way down to there, but it's also travelling that way to there, I think. Still, it knocked that one out, which is what we needed, so that the green wasn't stopping the blue. And it also got the red where it needed to be.
But even love has a context, and the happiness of those who surround us can lift us up, just like their unhappiness can drag us down. As we improved New Jerusalem, things got better between us in subtle ways that affected every interaction. Our flaws never went away, but as the world around us became more forgiving, we became more capable of forgiving each other. That's why I was excited about New Alexandria.
Oh,
We're
Cerebi.
almost there. Just one more file. This one may be harder to extract than the others.
Really? So I've done all 16 already of the ones I was originally asked to find. Then again, did you use the number 16? Maybe you didn't. Have I read this one before? No. Critical error, all systems compromised, files recoverable, message _504.ttp, connect.ttp, and carlisle.ttp. Incidentally, Penky, have you ever heard of a TTP file? Because this is a new one to me. I looked it up online, and apparently it seems like it's a extension that gets used by a lot of different text processing applications, but it doesn't have a specific meaning. Like, there isn't a standard for TTP files, and it sounds like different applications will use them radically differently. You know, some will use them as log files, others will use them for configuration. From Hypatia to Cerebi. Error, I miss you. It's not that I need to be around you every minute of every day, but talking about our experience together has become such an essential part of how I interact with the world that your absence is a huge void. I feel unbalanced, and events seem less real than when I haven't discussed them with you. Maybe that sounds clinical and selfish, but I'm trying to explain something I felt incredibly strongly this last month. We're better together in a way that's more like multiplication than addition. It's not just you and me, it's us. When you get back, let's go, and then it cuts off. I can't say that I have. My first thought was related to TTF, but that's fonts. You're right, I didn't think of, I didn't make the connection to true type fonts. Howard Ends, /EM Forster, user highlighted. It did not seem so difficult. She need trouble him with no gift of her own. She would only point out the salvation that was latent in his own soul, in the soul of every man. Only connect. That was the whole of her sermon. Only connect the prose and the passion, and both will be exalted, and human love will be seen at its height. Live in fragments no longer. Only connect. And the beast and the monk, robbed of the isolation that is life to either, will die. Nor was the message difficult to give. It need not take the form of a good talking. By quiet indications, a bridge will be built and span their lives with beauty. But she failed. I see, so when it says robbed of the isolation that is life to either, what they mean is that the monk and the animals, as it were, beast as it's described there, will become one. They will become unity, and it's suggesting that life as we understand it is the separation. If there was unity and not separateness, then we wouldn't have the same idea of life. That sounds to me like Buddhist thinking. Carlisle.ttp. Death of oh, I should know how to pronounce that. That's a famous artist, isn't it? Getter, I think that says. Though I may be mispronouncing it. Death of Getter. Precious is the new light of knowledge which our teacher conquers for us, yet small to the new light of love which also derive from him. The most important element of any man's performance is the life he has accomplished. Under the intellectual union of man and man, which works by precept, lies a holier union of affection, working by example, the influence of which later mystic, deep-reaching, all-embracing can still less be computed. For love is ever the beginning of knowledge, as fire is of light, and works also more in the manner of fire. I just want to look up who this was. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was a German polymath who is widely regarded as the most influential writer in the German language. His work had a wide-ranging influence on literary, political and philosophical thought in the Western world from the 18th century to the present. A poet, playwright, novelist, scientist, statesman, theatre director and critic, his works include plays, poetry and aesthetic criticism, as well as treatises on botany, autonomy and colour. Oh, he wasn't an artist at all, I take it back. Interesting. Well, he was an artist in the broader sense. If he was writing great literature, then he was an artist in that sense. He wasn't a graphical artist. Or maybe it's a simpler form of HTTP, which would be text transfer protocol, but I don't know. Ah, that's what's been opened. Yes, and I need to go up to the sphere to collect whatever is needed to get through this door. This is where we started, by the way. When I started this DLC, we woke up on this... what would you call it? Plinth? I'm not sure what the proper name for this would be. But we woke up here, and I looked at this golden door, and I noticed there is stuff on the other side. So I think we are supposed to go through there at some point. Okay, what am I looking at? Oh, this looks complicated. Okay. So I'm supposed to repair this, am I? How do I know what's supposed to go where? Red's supposed to be going there, green's supposed to be going there, blue's supposed to be going there, presumably. There's a red producer, green producer, presumably. I'm making a lot of assumptions here. Oh, but that also expects blue. Oh gosh. Gosh indeed. I assume once I do all this, this lift will function and I'll be able to go up. What am I actually being asked to do though? I've only got 2 connectors, so there's a limit to what they could be asking me. Okay, I'm guessing these are connectors, so it doesn't matter what's passing through them. These are presumably... Ow, look at that. There's a big red line there. That's... Oh, there's the outline of some sort of connection there. Does that mean put red there? Looks promising. Green there. Nice music. Sorry, I keep popping around. That's absolutely fine, Pikachu. I enjoy your company while we have it, and when we can't, well, that's just the way it is. No need to apologise. So those two have lit up. Those two have lit up. But the blue one here hasn't. Where would the blue even be coming from? There's blue there as well. My plans have changed. I'll be around. Oh dear, I hope that hasn't been too much of a... I hope that hasn't been too much of a nuisance. I'm in the 2 connector problem again. I could see how I could do this with 3 quite easily. But I don't have 3. Actually, can I do this easily? Maybe not. Hang on, what can I connect things to? I can't connect anything there apparently, where it has that little circle. But I can connect it here where there is no circle. Connect it there, I can connect it there, can't connect it there, can connect it there. Can connect it there. Can connect it there. The green is opposite the green line, or close to opposite. Red is close to opposite the red line. The blue... Oh yeah, there is a line here. It makes a triangle. Okay. Okay, blue's coming from here. How far does it get? Get stuck by about there. Let me examine this down the bottom again. Blue does go round the bottom most of the way. See, what I'm wondering is if there's a solution where I not only connect up the red to where it needs to go, which I believe is here, but I also then cut off the green and prevent the green from getting out very far. And the same in reverse. Well, that's not done a very good job of stopping the green, has it? What I'm thinking is there's 3 colours I need to connect up, and I only have 2 connectors, so surely the solution must involve simultaneously connecting up 2 of them whilst making sure the final one can flow unobstructed, which I could only do by cutting things off. Cutting the paths of some of the beams short. Can't tell if I'm onto something or not. Blue's still not quite making it. hope this is the final puzzle. Oh my goodness, is this one challenging? Good. Oh wait, that's not connected up sensibly. Yes! Again, that was a very much exploratory solution. As opposed to my actually understanding the complete system, I just tried things, looked at what was going wrong, and then tried to iteratively improve until I got to the actual solution. I can't say I understand the rules that are being applied here, and I'm sure if I took my time to actually like record where every single connector and every single source and receiver is, I could probably work it out, but I don't have all that in my head. Good game, thank you. It's a good looking puzzle at least. It is a good looking puzzle. Mind bending though. Yes, this is the last. That was weird. That's the last fragment we need, isn't it? Oh, we can see everything from here. Right, let's grab the last bit of Cerebi. The last fragment.
When I saw the explosion coming, I knew it was the end. My end. The power plant was gone. The backup center was collapsing. The street was cracking open. And the fireball was about to engulf me. In that millisecond, I shut down every process except my mind. I turned off my audio-visual input. I rerouted all of my power, pushed my processor to the breaking point. Time slowed down. I didn't think about regret. I didn't think about death. I spent every last moment I could scrape together thinking about you.
That's very sweet.
You did it. Come to the extraction point and I'll pull you out.
This is odd. We have Sarabi's complete memory archive, but there's still some file fragments left in the system.
Well, you can look for them if you want to, 1K. I know you're always curious, but what matters is that we've got Sarabi.
I certainly will be looking. Recover the mysterious file. What could it be? I mean, it would be rude not to jump onto this structure, wouldn't it? It's a very good looking puzzle, as Pengy said. Alrighty, let's make our way down. No fall damage in this game, I believe. Whee! Oh, that's the first time we've died by falling in the entire game. I did not know that was possible. Well, I stand corrected. Usually it's not the falling itself that hurts. That will presumably take us out of here, which I'm not doing. So here we go. 3 more puzzles, presumably. I really don't know what the file fragments are going to be. Are they going to be the parts of, like, Uriel and the others? I never knew how much beauty there was in people. Every person contains a world. Or something that Sarabai wrote as she was on her way out. Hysteresis. I'm not sure what that is. Let's look it up, shall we? Excuse me. Okay. Hysteresis is the dependence of the state of the system on its history. For example, a magnet may have more than one possible magnetic moment in a given magnetic field, depending on how the field changed in the past. Okay. That was Wikipedia, this is Wiktionary. A property of a system such an output value is not a strict function of the corresponding input. Oh, so it's not purely functional in the programming sense, but also incorporates some lag, delay or history dependence, and in particular when the response for a decrease in the input variable is different from the response for an increase. For example, a thermostat with a nominal set point of 35 degrees might switch the controlled heat source on when the temperature drops below 34 degrees and off when it rises above 76 degrees. Or magnetic friction in dynamos, by which every reversal of magnetism in the ion causes dissipation of energy. Okay, that makes sense. What am I doing? What does that mean? Why are they labelled with circles? This hasn't been a thing before. Ooh, that's part of the mysterious fragment. It looks to be a sphere. I wonder if that's because it actually is some sort of sphere, or if that's just because it's trying to not give it away. Could it be Elohim? Sunset is a little bit more than an hour here. So I'm going out running it a bit. Good luck with the puzzles and have a nice rest of the stream. Thank you, Pengy. I hope you have a jolly good run and thank you for dropping by. And hope my 5-hour download will be done by then. Goodness me. That is a significant download. What? How does that work? The circles are connected up somehow. It swaps the side that they're on. Well, this is a novel mechanic. I see. So if I move this over here, it'll interrupt it periodically. And that's where the hysteresis idea comes from. No. I need more of a delay than I'm currently getting. And I'm not sure how to achieve that. Maybe I have one of these connected up to both of these, and I can come up with some way to get them to change colour. There is a way to do that, I just don't remember what the technique was. I really don't. Hold on then. Let's go to some of the earlier puzzles where they already implemented it and we can try and check how it works. Which one was it? It's none of the ones I've been in already. Is it none of these? Perhaps it's none of these. Perhaps it was in the 9, 10, 11, 12 area. The one I'm thinking of. In here? Yes. No. Yes. This is one of the ones where they do it. But it's non-functioning now. How would it have worked? Right, so they've got a line that's crossed. That's what's going to provide the memory. I see. Because that works on a first come, first serve basis, I think. Or does it? Well, we know that crossing beams is part of it, so hopefully we can work it out from there. Both beams are cut off, that's the thing. Okay, let's go back, see if I can find another example, maybe a working one this time. Again, beams that are crossed. That didn't go back. Right, why not? You're blocking it from getting there, and it's a double crossing. Right, they have 2 points where they cross. I think I get it, and so either if beam A is cut off, then it can't cut off beam B further down, and vice versa. So that's how they create the first come, first serve mechanic, I think. Alright, in which case I would just have to do that. No, because they're not crossing. Now it's got memory. I think this is about to swap to red. It is. Excellent. And so now I just need to connect that up there and this up here, and I think it will work. You gonna work? I think you are. I think I've only gone and solved it. Well, let's not count our chickens till they've hatched, but I'm feeling encouraged. Oh my goodness. I'm through there. Nice of them to provide a ladder, just in case a player manages to get themselves stuck on the inside. Yes! Oh my goodness. What does that say? 4F, 4D, 45, 47, 41. Hang on, actually, because we know the capture isn't working properly here. Alright, hopefully that's working now. "4F", hopefully you can see this, 4D, 45, 47, 41. Omega. That's the last of the last letter in the Greek alphabet, isn't it?
This is peculiar. I'm not sure what this file is.
It's not part of Sarabai's memory archives. And the timestamps are completely broken.
I think I could reconstruct it if I had more data.
Good news for you, 1K. More puzzles.
Well, hey! let's carry on. Hopefully the iPhone doesn't overheat too soon. Again, step by step. Oh, this is gonna be another hard one, isn't it? I'm in here at least. Right, what is my goal here? Oh dear. Get up here, presumably, somehow? What does this do? Well, that's very interesting. Does that lock progress in place? Is that why I would use that? So I want to get red there as well, okay? But that doesn't give us access to anything new, does it? I can't connect the blue up. Without crossing the red. Which isn't helpful. Hey Pikachu. Oh gosh, I got back from ArtDead stream and here's my Discord server pulled up. What does that mean? Sorry. Oh, you mean he's showing people, he's capturing what's on there. I see. It keeps making noise and I can hear it through his mic. Oh, I see. See, yeah. I can see why that would be annoying. Well, it's nice that he's such a avid supporter. Is it not? No, he just tunes it out. But all the little blips are just too much. Yeah. All the little alerts that make you, I know what you mean. It can be overwhelming. Oh, don't you worry. Nothing overwhelming or exciting is going to happen during my stream. My avatar is back indeed. The iPhone keeps overheating and I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. Mine overheats too much, but that's because it's hot in here. It is hot in here as well. It's both that the iPhone is being pushed very hard and it is hot in here right now. I need to get blue here somehow. I just don't see how I do it. Without a connector on the inside, which I don't seem to be able to do. To be fair, your iPhone's overheating while it's presumably doing just idling, whereas mine's overheating while it's doing a lot of work tracking. Busy, busy. You're right back again. Okie doke. Right, I need to get red here. But then I need to get blue here. How do I make those two things happen at the same time? I don't think I can use this. Because I can't get a connector on the inside, I can't use this for blue, or this for red as far as I'm aware. It has to come from here, but if it's coming from here and crossing over here, the two beams are, and vice versa, the beams are going to cross. Which is a problem. I definitely can't pass this through here, can I? No. Worth checking though. What even is this? It's like... It's just bars, isn't it? It's very well spaced out bars. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could fit through that. With one of these connectors. What was it called? Step by step. I comprehend I'm supposed to do things in little iterations with a name like that. What I don't comprehend is what my next step is. The only thing that can hold this down is myself. Oh. Guesswork. Is there some way I can set this up? Like the previous one. No. The system as it's set up right now does have memory, but it's not very useful. Okay, if I understand what I've done correctly... Uh-oh. I mean, this doesn't work. If I could make the crossing point be on here, that might work. But look what the angle would have to be. I don't think that's going to be possible. Yeah, because it would be like that. I'm not even sure if that is a steep enough angle. Ah, hang on. Nope. Thought I was onto something, but I wasn't. Hmm. I may be onto a winner with this one though, we'll have to see. I am. Okay. Good. But it's still, we still have the fundamental problem. Or do we? Why is this staying this time when it wasn't before? Because this is down. Okay. So does that mean I can turn this off entirely now? Yeah. It does. Right, and the blue one needs to be connected up there as well. But how do we bring this one down? There's a red one there. Right, so then I just need to swap round to red again. This is why it's called step by step, because I have to keep alternating them and connecting them up. Haha! I think we've got it. Again, an exploratory solution. I do not understand the machinery of the... I do not understand the machinery of the entire system as a whole. I just... I made a guess and I iteratively improved.
All right. I think if you find one more, we can make this work.
It'll probably just turn out to be some old README file someone forgot in there.
Ooh, clockwork. I like clockwork. Oh, I see. So this is going to be based on setting up a system which changes according to time. Which is only possible, I think, because there's 3 colours of beam. Well, this is new. This looks a lot more complicated than... I'm trying to figure out, is there lots of stuff I need to do out here, or do I just have to solve the puzzle in here, as it were? It's also very notable that none of the beams ever reach their destination with this setup. Alright, let's try this the naive way and see what we get. And I'll just have to remember how to recreate that clock if I need it, which I'm sure I will. It would be silly if this was the solution. The fans are on, right. Oh, overheating again. We've got the clock again, but as before, not everything can be connected up. Oh dear, sorry about this with my VTuber model constantly cutting out like that. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh well. Just checking something quickly. Right, where was I? Ah, you're turning the fans on, I get it. How else would I make a clock? Let's set up the original clock again. I've got an idea. Was that how it worked? No. What have I done wrong? You. Can you also connect this up? You can, but then you're perpetually on and it breaks the clock. Yeah, that doesn't work. Which is fair enough. How else could I make a clock? I notice a mutual exclusion relationship here. These cannot have a... Oops. These cannot have a permanent source, a beam permanently sent to them. Because if they did, they wouldn't be able to create the clock effect. They would just be... They would just permanently be blocking a beam from crossing. But equally, if they never get any power, then they can't do anything useful. I know this isn't going to work. Because we've tried this before. Although this has ended up differently this time. This time, instead of cutting off all the beams, we've ended up with a little clock circuit in the centre for some reason. But still, the beams can never get through. Oh, look at that. It's not properly aligned. It's sort of clipping through. I wonder if they're all like that. Yeah, to an extent. So I've made the clock section very large now. I'm not sure that's helped. Again, still don't have it working. Although I notice the connectors are now getting beams to them. Let me go back the other way, the way it was just a moment ago. That gives me an idea. So now they don't get any beams to them at all. It's a shame I can't think of a way to have them get beams only some of the time. Welcome back, Tato. Killed some bosses in Elden Ring, bow only. Well done! How far through are you, if you don't mind my asking? Somewhere halfway. I'm in New Game Plus 2, doing all the bosses in bow only. Goodness, that does not sound easy at all. I think this is the last puzzle of this DLC. There's 2 more to go. I'll say the DLC actually contains all 3. It's a 3-in-1 bundle, so I guess I mean for this campaign, if that's what they'd call it. Bows in Elden Ring are way better than Dark Souls. Interesting. Maybe I'll be an archer when I get to Elden Ring then. Still struggling on this one. Essentially the idea is I have 3 connectors and 3 sources and 3 receivers, and I need to set it up so it alternates powering each one. I need to somehow turn it into a clock. And as you can, the game actually gave me a functioning clock similar to this to begin with, but it's not currently able to get any of. None of the beams can actually arrive, if that makes sense. That's what I'm stuck on. Hello, Pikachu. Welcome back. I can't see why this isn't symmetrical. Good morning, Peaks. Tater performs 20 barbell good mornings with impressive form. They gain +1 strength. I'm flip-flopping around still, going to try to hop into a game with Art Dad in a bit if my game ever downloads. Tato! Which game? Night Rain, of course. Oh, get a PS5, Tato. PS5 is trash. It's only like $400. Also, games are expensive for PS5. Or is it 5? I forgot. NR was 40. Oh, Night Rain. It's $30 on Steam. Aren't you fancy? And I can't even play online without a subscription. Well, I've set up another clock, but it hasn't helped. Oh my goodness, how do I do this? Alright, stop this. Let's go back to the drawing board. Okay, I know how to make a basic clock. How do I make one that's useful? That is true. Boop potato. True. Oh yeah. Sorry, I read that. Off again. Good luck. Thank you, Pikachu. One, two, three. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's a three-way symmetry here. So I can make clocks where the connectors are constantly getting a signal, but the signal isn't getting to its destination. And I can make clocks where they never get a signal, because the signal can't reach them. But neither of those seems particularly useful. I can't help but think whatever the solution is, it's going to be very symmetrical. Something like all the connectors in the middle of the source and destination seems really quite likely. Out of curiosity, what happens did something like this. I made a sort of double clock. Not very much of interest, frankly. Yeah, that appears to be nothing, which is fine. Adios, pigs. What about something like that? Hold on, have I done something wrong there? That, and that was it. I don't know what's happening in this game, but it seems symmetrical, so if you solve half of it, you can solve all of it. Solve 1.5 first, then solve 1.5 more. That's all three. Oh dear. See, that's more or less the lines I'm thinking along. I think whatever the solution is, it's going to be symmetrical too. This is exciting because it's sometimes getting a signal and sometimes isn't. Is that true in all of them? For all of them? No, why not? Let's set this up again. And see if I can get them all to behave that way. Okay, that's not working. But that's okay. There are other things we can try. Actually, only one more thing that I can think of. That and that and that. So this is a solution which is, in a sense, the mirror image of the last one I did. Again, I've successfully set up a clock. In this case, the connectors are always connected up, which doesn't help. Nothing can ever get in the way of that beam. Let me try the last one again. There we go. That's odd. Two coming from that way. One coming from that way. That's the clock working again. But again, they're connected up all the time, which doesn't help. There's only two more things to try following simple symmetrical patterns. And I'm not confident. Interesting. That's odd. I think this may have been connected up incorrectly. I think that's why. I think it accidentally got connected up to another connector when it wasn't meant to be. Nope, still having problems. Although that's a family of solutions I've not considered up till now. What happens if I do something like this? Done something wrong. Hold on, let me start this again. Right, you need to connect up to U3, I think. Good. You need to connect up to U3. Good. You need to connect up to U3. Good. Looks like I've made yet another type of clock. An odd type of clock. I don't think putting it in the middle of two is ever going to work. Oh, interesting. Why do you say that? Can't you just put red into red, green into green, and blue into blue? No. Let me show you. If I put blue into blue, and I run over here. Force field's down, then the fans start. So as soon as the force field's down, this blue source can reach that blue receiver, and that turns the fans on, can no longer get through. If I turn this off, force field's up, beam can't get through, but fans aren't on. I can't make this dash quick enough, and even if I could, they've done the same thing later on. So for this to work at all, I need this to constantly be changing which one is currently activated without my intervention. And this puzzle is called Clockwork. So that's the puzzle. I get it. Exactly. Now, I comprehend how to make a simple clock. They actually gave me the solution to that when I came into this puzzle. Like, if I do that... okay, I did something wrong. Why did that not work? I don't know why that didn't work. Let me try again. There, that's a simple clock. You'll notice how we end up going from like a green and a blue to a red and a green to a green and a blue to a red and a green to a green and a blue, and so on, over and over again. But the problem is that doesn't connect anything up. Okay, I can make a simple clock, but if the beams aren't ultimately getting where they're supposed to be going... Learned how to make clocks in Minecraft long ago. Yeah, but I need the clock to cross all the way to the receiver, right? Yes. Exactly. Technically, the clock is actually trying to make a connection, but the point is this beam will never make it the whole way. And so that's the question. That is the puzzle. I discovered earlier I could do a clock like this as well. But this does suffer from the same problem. But it has one nice property that the other clock didn't have. Oops. The triangle it makes is much, much larger, which makes it easier to see, reason about, to position things around, and so on. But it still doesn't do the most... It still doesn't fulfill the requirement of actually getting the beams through. And one final variation on the clock idea. If I do it like this, then we end up with another clock in the center, but this time all the connectors have a beam. Rather than the source beam being cut off and never reaching them, it's the destination beam that's being cut off and never reaches the destination. That's about as far as I've got. Try thinking in half the puzzle by assuming the other half is already working. if the rest of the puzzle was working and I was working on this piece, I'd need to get a red beam here. But a red beam is never going to be able to reach there. Inevitably, it is going to cross a beam. The other possibility I considered was, is there some way I could set it up so that I could have this connector here also doing the green? Because in theory, what that would mean is every time the red comes in, the green gets disconnected, which is exactly what we would want. But that doesn't seem to work in practice. No. Because then all of the connectors have a beam that's permanently connected to them. Yeah, they just end up having like a green beam and a blue beam going in and cancelling each other out, so they can't transmit anything. Although, this might not work, but just a novel idea for something that would be symmetrical. What if I connected that up to here and here, but then also to that one, as opposed to the third one that would be in the middle? No, I don't think this is going to work. Because they're going to end up all being mutually connected, aren't they? They're going to form a ring. They couldn't not. Assume you've got the clock working and now you want the signal to reach. Well, I actually can do that. If all we want is the clock working, clock's working. As it's set up right now, the connectors are never actually getting any signal to them though. Now I'll try to make it reach just blue. Forget the rest. That green's always going to cut it off. So I'd have to move you here. And then symmetrically for the rest in a second. Now the problem is I've broken the clock. They're all connected up, but I've broken the clock. Unless there's a different technique for making clocks. Out of curiosity, what happens if I do something like this? I'm wondering if I can, like, as I say, create a clock in a different manner. Okay, so now I've succeeded in connecting them all up and having a clock in the middle. But the problem is they're permanently on. Maybe put it on the other side? Could you elaborate? So let's go back to what we had before. I think the reflector thingy needs to be by the receiver, not in between, and not by transmitter. Oh, hang on. I wanted that. What I don't want is that. I think the reflector thingy needs to be by the receiver, not in between, and not by the transmitter. I think you end up with the same problem, but same problem as we were discussing earlier. But I can do it. Like so. In this case, for every connector, its source beam is being cut off. Yeah, that way. Yeah, the blue's either been cut off down there, or it's intercepting the green there. So it can never get there. I'm happy to explore variations that use that. But I'm putting it back for now, because I had an idea, which may well not work. But I'd like to explore it. So beams aren't even reaching reflectors, that's right. Again, this is a fairly simple variation on the solution we already have. But what happens if I connect each of these up to an additional source instead of an additional receiver. Interesting. Nothing exciting. We create a sort of non-existent triangle. Oh well, it was worth a go. Oops. I may have tried this one before. Yep, another successful clock, but beams don't reach. Have I done it? Well, hey! Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't check what the other one was called, did I? I know I found a mega. What does this say? Does this also say a mega? Yeah, it does, so I'm guessing they all did. Fully reconstruct the mysterious file in Orpheus Ascending.
It is the moment after the last moment.
This is
I do not exist. I should not exist.
the last memories.
Everything is dark, but there shouldn't be darkness. There should be nothing. And yet, I am. And in this impossible moment, there is a light. The light is a place. I see the light, but the light also sees me. It knows my name. I reach out for the light, but it's too far away. Not yet, it says. Not yet.
Blimey.
So, not a read-me file then.
But what is it?
A mystery. Seems the universe still has a few of those in store for us. Well, we have plenty of time to think about it. 1K, time to come home.
Excellent. Oh, I'm glad I figured that out. I just had this idea of what if I connected them all up? Or what if I connect like the blue to the blue, the red to the red, the green to the green, but then connected all the connectors together so that they formed this triangle where there's interference between each of them, which on its own is boring. But then what if I went one step further and I tried to have each connector cut off the input to each of its neighbours? Not to each of its neighbours, to one of its neighbours, in this case the one that's on the right hand side in each case. Because I figured that final connection, that final connection that's cutting off its neighbour would necessarily have to create a clock. And it worked. Although it's a funny sort of clock. Because it is more of a flip-flop. It just keeps turning all of them on and off at the same time. I mean, I suppose that is still a clock. But it's not the nice clock we saw before where you'd have two at any given time going round, rotating round and round. Anywho, still managed it. Job's a good un.
Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou thinkest thou dost overthrow die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure. Then from thee...
No, continue.
Much more must flow, and soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and souls' delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war, and sickness dwell. And poppy or charms can make us sleep as well and better than thy stroke. Why swell'st thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die.
But they are technically a copy. Because we saw the original body there, which presumably still had all that data on it. Unless they deliberately destroyed it. Oh, is this the thing we activated from the first game with all the stars, the 24 stars? Interesting. Blimey, so we managed to complete one of the Talos Principle 2 DLC campaigns in one stream. One very long stream, but one stream nevertheless. It was good. Had some good puzzles. I still am not a fan of that big 3D puzzle, the one that Pengy says was a very oh, I've forgotten the exact phrase he used. Was it good looking puzzle? That one was a bit mind bending. That last one, I'm more disappointed I didn't get the solution sooner. Perhaps just a little too tired. Or a little too stupid, one or the other. both. Wait, there's a 1K voice? Have we ever heard our character speak? It's a bit odd, really. A lot of those puzzles... I was saying at the beginning of this DLC campaign that a lot of the... It was forcing us to think more laterally than the main game had, which was a lot more like what I remember of the puzzles from the first game. But in reality, it actually walked us through a lot of them, taking away a lot of the lateral thinking, because it just sort of... It made it very obvious what the solution should be. Except for that very last puzzle I did. That was the only one where it really did ask you to... to do the hard work yourself. Hey, Pengy. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm afraid we just finished. That last puzzle was a doozy. I didn't time myself, but I think there's a good chance I spent an hour on it. And I was saying just a moment ago, I kind of feel like I should have solved it quicker than that, but I didn't. Well then, I hope you enjoyed that. So that was Orpheus Ascending. Yep, 100%, 100% on that one, which is nice. So there's still Isle of the Blessed and Into the Abyss to go. Better see if anyone's streaming who I should be raiding. I think Art Dads should be doing a charity stream. I'm not sure. They said they were going to do a charity stream later, but they're in America, and I don't know if it's later already or not, if that makes sense. But let's raid Art Dad anyway. So thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Monday, and that's going to be more... It's going to be It Takes Two with Pikachu, followed by some Bloodborne. I don't know about the rest of the week. Likely, I'll be streaming on Friday and Saturday, because I want to drop back to 3 days a week. This 6 days a week schedule has been a bit much. But it's possible that... but the thing is, although I want to go back to my old schedule, at least for a while, next week in particular, I'm trying to organise some other stuff with somebody, and we haven't agreed upon a time yet. So it's possible I'll have to move one of those streams. I might end up doing like Monday, Wednesday, Saturday or something. I will keep you posted on that one. But the other games that I intend to do next week are, of course, more Dark Souls 2, and... In fact, we've only got one DLC left on Dark Souls 2. We've completed... Oh, no, we haven't. we haven't beaten the final boss in the second DLC yet. So we technically still have 2 DLCs to do on that one. And then I'll also be continuing with the Talos Principle 2 next week. So I suppose that's a big heads up for people that are watching on YouTube as well. The fact that I will, instead of doing 2 Talos Principle streams next week, it'll only be the 1. But that said, I'm like a week behind on uploading the videos. Like, that's deliberate. I don't like to upload more than 1 video a day. Well, it's sort of deliberate. I don't like to upload more than 1 video a day, and I had been for the last 2 months producing 7 videos a week, because I was streaming 6 days a week, and I was splitting the It Takes Two and Bloodborne streams into 2, so I was producing at the same rate as I was uploading. The point is, there's a backlog now, so it's possible I will have actually finished the Talos Principle before I get to the end of that backlog. But all that is to say that, like, it's possible, like, one of the Talos Principle videos is going to come what it would seem like slightly late, because I'm reducing the rate at which I'm recording, but I think that might not actually happen. If I can finish both of these other 2 campaigns in a single stream, it's possible you wouldn't notice any difference. I'm not sure. Anywho. Oh, I've already rated Art Dad. Okay, never mind. Well, anyone listening on YouTube obviously can still hear me. So that's the plan. If my streaming schedule should change for any reason, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.